kelib chunkumganda o'tiraman. U вообще baqiribdi, ko'mkumga.
Bir. Ha, endi yaxshi.
Endi buni ham tekshiramiz.
Endi hozir hamma naushniklarni taqamiz, tekshiruvchilar. Давайте bitta progon qilib olamiz.
Ham tekshirib olaylik.
Okay.
السلام عليكم. أنت اسمعني من فوق.
Res, dua.
Bittadan mikrofondan tekshirib olaylik.
Interpreters, please stop speaking. I'm gonna do the test. We're gonna do the test in Arabic and Spanish. Please translate.
اسمحوا لي. أنت اسمعني باللغة العربية.
Recording in progress.
تمام. خير. تمام.
Bir, 2, 3. Bir 122.
Speak Arabic again.
Tarjimonlar, hozir 1 minut. Tarjimonlar, e'tiboringlar 1 minut. Hozir arab tilida gap bo'ladi. Arab tilini arabistimiz tarjima qilish kerak o'zini tiliga, rus, o'zbek tiliga. Qolgan tarjimonlar o'zini tiliga soответственно tarjima qilishi hamma kanal tekshirib chiqamiz hozir. Xo'p, rahmat.
Alo.
Bir.
Ishlayapti.
Ishlayapti.
Bu tomonniki, bu tomonniki.
لو سمحت.
Anda bor 0.
لو سمحت أنت ترجم لي كلمتي إلى لغة أخرى من فضلك.
Bir bormi sizlarda?
Iltimos, hamma hozir mikrofonni o'chirib tursin, biz tekshirib olamiz. Xo'p, tillar tekshirib olamiz. Mikrofonlar ishlayapti. Tekshirib olaylik, tarjimani keyin tekshiramiz qolgan.
اسمي كريم إيه؟ أنت ترجم كلمتي إلى لغة أخرى من فضلك. Eshtilmayapti hech.
Tarjimonlar, boshqatdan progon qilamiz. Hozir arab tilida gap bo'ladi. Uzoqroq gapiring. Ism, familiyangizni, tug'ilgan yilingizni gapiring-da. Uzoq gapiradi arab tilida. Hamma tarjimon o'zini tiliga tarjima qilsin. Hamma kanallar eshitamiz. Rahmat. Uzoq gapiring.
Nima deydi?
Ism, familiya,
اسمي كريم مترجم بالعربي من فضلك. أنت سمع ترجم إلى لغة أخرى من فضلك. اسمك كريم.
What's your name?
أنا ما أسمع رد منك.
Ruscha bo'pti, rus ingliz bo'pti. O'zbekcha relidan olamiz dedi-ku. Zoomga o'zbekcha bo'lsa ham bo'pti, o'zbekcha yo'q-ku.
3-chi kanal o'zini tilida
English language check. Elizabeth II, the British Queen, who weathered the war and upheaval, dies at 96. Queen Elizabeth II, who has died age 96. After the longest reign in British history, will be mourned around the globe as one of the last monarchs born to a classic age of European royalty, when kings and queens wielded genuine political power. Elizabeth's death comes 7 months after she marked the 70th anniversary of her accession to the throne, yet another milestone achievement in the remarkable life of a queen who thought reluctantly thrust into the spotlight. At a young age, won almost universal praise for her steadfast dedication to duty. Я вас слышу, Дурнозапа.
Привет.
Здравствуйте.
Русский канал. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Русский канал. Добро пожаловать на наше мероприятие. Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья, коллеги. Добро пожаловать в солнечный Узбекистан.
English channel check.
Раз, два,
Good morning, distinguished
Раз, два,
participants. Welcome to Uzbekistan, to our sunny city of Tashkent.
Beruvchi kim bor aziz? Javlon. 200 chapter oldira chiqar.
Русский канал. Раз, два, три. Раз,
Russian
два, три.
English channel check. Elizabeth has come 7 months after she marked the 70th anniversary of her accession to the throne.
Interpreters, I'm going to speak in Spanish, okay?
Okay,
I need all the colleagues to hear English or to hear French. Are you ready?
yes, we are ready. Okay.
Окей.
So I'm speaking in Spanish.
Раз,
Comencemos agradeciendo al Senado de Uzbekistán por acoger esta ocasión especial que nos reúne.
с французского, да? Узбек телеканала, да?
I don't hear English.
Да,
Because I don't hear the interpretation from Spanish.
да. Я не слышу испанца.
Ispan ulamaga, ispanni Ruschaga qaytmanish.
I'm going to speak in Spanish. Please interpret in all the other languages.
Hasan, sen yetish bering.
I'm trying again. No, don't touch it, please.
Слышно только французский. Узбек телеканала, я французский.
Su iniciativa de organizar esta cumbre es el testimonio de señora presidenta del Senado de Uzbekistán, querida Tanzila, sé que podemos contar con su sustento.
I do not hear the interpretation from Spanish.
Iltimos, tarjimonlar. Eshityapsizlar, xudo xolasa. Hozir ispan tilida gap bo'ladi. Ispan tili o'zbek ili rus tiliga tarjima qilib berish kerak.
Hasan не переводит испанский.
Он слышит там, он узбекский не занимает.
O'zbekskini o'chirsin, bular bo'lmasam, ayting.
Hasan, o'zbek переключайте. Русский язык, мы не слышим испанский. Канал русского языка, мы не слышим испанский. Канал русского языка один. Раз, 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 два. Русский язык.
Ha, o'zbekcha eshitmayapti. Yo'q. Eshitmayapti. Все, теперь слышно, Hasan. Please start speaking in Spanish. We can hear this translation from Spanish. Please speak Spanish.
Please speak Spanish. Please.
Мы не слышим испанского. Мы не слышим испанский язык.
Please start speaking in Spanish.
Нет канала, реле для испанского языка.
Siz reli o'zbekchadan oling.
Al Senado de Uzbekistán por acoger esta ocasión especial que nos reúne. A lo largo de varios
We welcome you at today's summit and we declare it open.
fuerte compromiso con la igualdad de género. Su iniciativa de organizar esta cumbre es un testimonio de ello.
Говорите на испанском.
And the topic of today's summit is the gender inequality and how to combat it. eshitilyapti. In today's meeting, we will consider different topics, gender equality, and we open it, we declare it open. We start our meeting. We can hear the translation from Spanish. That's okay.
Слышим испанский язык, русский канал. Передаем перевод с испанского языка.
English channel can hear the Spanish translation.
Русский язык, испанский не слышим, они молчат. Значит, откуда не идет испанский? Там слышно откуда. Главное, слышно.
هذه البلدة جميلة ورائعة.
Arab.
Arabski.
Arab ketdi. Tarjima qilsin.
ومتعاون كل المحبة والود من قبلهم. هل هذا يكفي أم أستمر في الكلام؟ أعتقد أن أستمر في الكلام. وأتمنى أن نرى الجميع إن شاء الله.
Qilinmayapti o'zbekcha. We only hear the Arabic speech.
Yo'q, hozir arabcha aytayotganim, odam. O'zbekcha aytib, undan boshqa tilga ketadi-ku.
Qani, arab bo'lsa, arab, ispan bo'ladigan bo'lsa, значит, o'zbek kanalini
Dilnoza opa, вы занимаете узбекский канал. Dilnoza opa. Dilnoza opa, o'zbekcha kanal zaniyat qilyapsiz. Arabchaga tarjima qilolmaydi. Ruschaga переключить qiling. Значит, они перепутали, они заняли русский канал.
Arab tilini eshityapti.
Eshitdim sizni. Arab tili, o'zbek tili gapirayotgan bo'lsangiz eshitdim.
O'zbek tilida arab tilida
Arab tili tarjimoni endi o'zbek tilida gapiring, qolgan tarjimonlar o'zingizlar tiliga tarjima qilinglar, gapirganlarni iltimos.
The Arabic interpreter speaks in Russian, how to achieve the social equality, how to ensure the recovery of economy, to include the component of climate change. The second session, the preventing of risks, tech-related risks, and ensuring the gender equality in the world of technologies. How lessons can be, what kind of lessons can be drawn from the pandemic of COVID-19, and what kind of lessons can be used in order to increase the economy and to recover it fully without gender-directed approach. It's impossible to adopt gender-related laws. And we have to change the attitude on gender basis, to eliminate the harassment to women in parliament and in society, the round table for the women speakers of parliament. We can hear the interpretation from Arabic. Ladies and gentlemen, assalamu alaikum, welcome. Welcome. Happy Juma, good morning. The fifth day of our week. Ruscha kanalga o'zbekcha gapiryapti. Assalomu alaykum. Today we are here and we are happy to be here. Today is the second day and today is a very important and we are looking this day to be successful, productive, and we are happy that you are participating here. Друзья, почему вы на русский канал говорите на узбекском?
Мы переводим, это техника ваша.
Это не наша техника.
Русский канал. Раз, два. Раз. Русский канал. Рада приветствовать вас сегодня на нашем мероприятии. Дорогие друзья, уважаемые коллеги.
Что-то, мне кажется, снова каша какая-то будет.
Второй сессии Межпарламентского союза. Осталось всего меньше 2 часов. Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья.
aka, arab tilida gapirayotgan aka, eshityapsizmi meni? Shu gapim o'zini qaytarib yuboring. Akbar aka, meni gapimni eshityapsizmi? Akbar aka, eshityapsizmi gapimni? Akbar aka, انت اسمعني. Qaysi kanal bu?
Bu mana arab til hozir mana o'zbek kanalidan gapiryapman.
Akbar aka. السلام عليكم يا أخي الكريم أكبرك. أنت اسمعني اليوم إن شاء الله يوم 9 سبتمبر ويوم الجمعة. أخي أكبر، أنت حاضر؟ إن شاء الله اليوم يوم الثاني في القمة.
Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli anjuman ishtirokchilari, hurmatli Martin Chunkong janoblari,
good morning, dear Mr. Martin Chunkong, dear Madam Kristen Mutonian, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to welcome all of you on the second day of today's summit. And first of all, our major topic for today will be a special segment on gender-focused parliaments for sustainability and prosperity. Today's topic is very important for all of us because the determination of truly equal rights for women and men are considered as the basis of social development and sustainable development of our society. And I mean, you are also surrounded by the members of local parliaments of the Republic of Uzbekistan, and this issue is very important and relevant for all of us. Also, Mr. Martin Chunkong, who is here with us, and we are very delighted that he is taking part in today's event in this special segment. Our Secretary General puts a special emphasis on the issues of gender equality and on empowering women in all the segments by the assistance and support of parliaments. Of course, this is the area of his special interest. Therefore, actually, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Martin Chung to deliver his report on gender-sensitive parliaments today. Sir, please, floor is yours. Secretary General of Interparliamentary Union, Mr. Martin Chunkong. Please, sir, floor is yours.
Speak? Yeah, thank you. Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor. Thank you for that elogious presentation this morning. I hope that I will live up to the expectations that you have of these remarks that I'm going to make this morning. Madam Speaker, you allow me to refer to something that happened yesterday. Yesterday, in the afternoon, the world lost the longest reigning monarch in the person of Queen Elizabeth II of the United Kingdom. And Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would like for all of us to observe a minute of silence in memory of this illustrious leader whose influence and magnitude spanned the entire planet. So, Madam Speaker, if you agree, I'll ask participants to kindly rise in a minute of silence in memory of Queen Elizabeth II of the United Kingdom. Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, Mr. President of the IPU, I see him sitting somewhere in the room. Honorable Speakers of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to address you this morning on a topic which, as the Speaker of Uzbekistan has just said, is very close to my heart, institutionally and personally. And As I speak, I would like, first of all, to thank, and I believe on your behalf, the Honorable Speaker of the Parliament, the Senate of Uzbekistan, for the wonderful evening yesterday. It was just great. When I started making my speech, I got word that I was not speaking loud enough. And you know why I was not speaking loud enough? Because of all the enjoyment last night, the food, the drinks, and the dancing, of course. So let's put our hands together and say thank you to Madam Speaker. Thank you. As I speak here, I want to say, as I mentioned earlier, that the subject matter we are discussing this morning is very close to our hearts as the IPU, and I use my own personal experience to help mobilize the parliamentary community worldwide in support of gender equality, making our institutions more gender sensitive and responsive to the needs and concerns of both men and women. I also want to draw from my personal experience growing up in a family, in a society that is very conservative, where as we're growing up, boys were expected to grow up and be soldiers and strong and go to school and become the best in the society, and the girls were supposed to stay at home, help the mothers cook, do the domestic chores, and make sure that the home was well kept. That was the traditional division of labor in a traditional society I grew up in. But I am lucky that in our own household, this didn't happen. Our parents did not make a distinction between boys and girls. We're all the same and we're doing the same things. We're given access to the same education and everything. And so I draw from this experience in informing my own work as Secretary General of the Interparliamentary Union and an international gender champion. And that is why when you look at the structure of the Secretariat of the IPU, we see that women occupy a very important role in the organization. When I convene meetings of senior management in the IPU, I am in the minority. 75% of my senior management is women. And I always tell myself that great men are not scared of great women. Greatness can only be aggregated to make more greatness. And so I am very pleased that the IPU can be walking the talk. Very reminiscent of the topic today, gender-sensitive parliaments. So what we preach is what we actually do, right, Madam Director? So I just wanted to preface my remarks with those comments and to say that we're grateful that the Senate of Uzbekistan is giving us the opportunity here to discuss this important subject matter during an anniversary which is very symbolic. We are celebrating 10 years of the IPU's gender-sensitive plan of action, gender-sensitive Parliament's plan of action. And we want to use this opportunity to mobilize global parliamentary support, especially of women leaders that you are, in support of institutions, parliamentary institutions, that are ever more gender equal, ever more gender responsive, and ever more sensitive to the needs of women and men parliamentarians in society. And we do this recognizant of the fact that for too long, gender equality, gender responsiveness was seen to be something that was the responsibility of women only. This agenda for a long time was driven by women only. But now, increasingly, we are seeing that more and more men in authority or in other rungs of the ladder in society are working together with women to promote the gender equality agenda, and I'm very grateful for that. Today, we have amongst us, it's true that we're in the minority. Duarte, we are in the minority in here, but I think that the presence of men here shows how important it is for us to work together in order to promote equality and equity in society. As you said in your speech yesterday, it would be a pity if society was managed by only half of the members of society. We have to involve everybody, men and women alike. So we have seen this shift in mentality, this shift in the approach to how we include women. And we do this in a fashion that is consistent with our own thinking. We say that we want strong parliaments around the world, we want democratic parliaments. And when we talk about democratic parliaments, we are talking of parliaments that are inclusive, are representative of society. And when we do this, we say it is important to have women in parliament in large numbers, but it's also important that space be allowed for women to contribute fully to the deliberations of parliament, the work of parliaments, in order to make society more gender equal. And that is why we have this plan of action for gender-sensitive parliaments, to nudge parliaments around the world to be ever more attentive to the needs and concerns of both women and society. And what do we mean by gender-sensitive parliaments? Those are parliaments that are ever more inclusive and they are better suited for diversity. And those are parliaments that in their deliberations, in their composition, in their work approaches, pay attention equally to the concerns and interests of men and society. And they make sure, men and women, and they make sure that these concerns are factored into the deliberations of Parliament. We are celebrating then 10 years of the IPU's movement to make our institutions ever more sensitive to the gender equation. And I must say that we can be proud of some of our achievements. We look around the world. I'm looking at Madam Speaker from Rwanda, and let me let the cat out of the bag that we're going to have to ask you to tell us why you have such a success story in Rwanda when it comes to gender equality and a parliament that is gender sensitive. I think it's important, and that is why we're all here to exchange experiences on how we do business to make this world gender equal. So we have some good stories to tell there, and I would like to hear from many of you here, including from Uzbekistan. Yesterday, we're having the discussion with the President of the Republic, and he was very proud of the fact that Uzbekistan is above the global average when it comes to women's parliamentary representation, 32%, and the global average is 26%. Congratulations, Madam Speaker. So, when you look at the plan of action that we have for gender-sensitive parliaments that we're celebrating today, we see that there are certain key action points that we want to promote. First of all, making sure that we have men and women in parliament in equal numbers. We want that men and women are given opportunities across all the structures in parliament to leadership positions so that they can both make a difference. We look at how you can modify, amend, or mainstream your legal framework in order to allow for gender equality to happen. We look at how across the board in everything that Parliament does, women and gender are on the point of focus. And of course, as many of you were saying yesterday, there is a scourge that we have to fight head on, and that is sexual violence, gender-based violence, especially against women parliamentarians. We also want to look at how Parliament functions normally in order to ensure that there's a better work-life balance for women parliamentarians. And lastly, we need to look at the gatekeepers political parties. In many of your countries, the gateway to parliament is through political parties. And so you need to work with them to make sure that they're gender sensitive, make sure that they put forward women in winnable positions for elections, especially to parliament. And of course, parliamentary staff, the backbone of every parliament. So as we celebrate this anniversary, this landmark anniversary, we welcome the opportunity to discuss with you the various actions that we can take to improve upon your ability and the capacity to anticipate, use gender-sensitive parliaments to anticipate risks, and also see how we can come together and identify solutions to the challenges that are facing us all. At the end of the day, we would like gender-sensitive parliaments to be very effective and democratic, delivering for all. And so, Madam Speaker, distinguished speakers of parliament present here, this session is supposed to allow us to look at various issues that are crucial to making parliaments gender sensitive, and looking at how, when you have achieved gender sensitivity, the results that are expected. And so we look forward to having the discussions in various panels this morning. We will be looking at the role of gender-sensitive parliaments in diplomacy, parliamentary diplomacy, development cooperation, and peace efforts around the world. We want to argue that women's leadership is a driving force in peace building and diplomacy, and it comes as no surprise that research points to a robust correlation between peace agreements signed with the involvement of female delegates and durable peace. Mr. President, I believe you will bear with me that the task force that was set up to help contribute to the peaceful resolution of the crisis in Ukraine is gender balanced, taking into account this very important precept that women and men have to be at the table when peace talks are taking place, because this allows for more effective outcomes, more sustainable outcomes. And I'm sure I speak on your behalf too, Mr. President, that we will continue to endeavor to make sure that our processes are gender sensitive. So we are looking at how, during this session, we can identify pathways towards making sure that women are at the table during the peace negotiations, looking at how women can be involved in development cooperation. We were joking earlier to say that when we speak in this room, it's very quiet, no noise, and I was very mischievous, and I said it's because we have very few men here. Women tend to be more disciplined when we're talking, but we are very grateful. We are very grateful that you are giving us your ear even when we're not saying anything that makes sense here. And we hope that we will continue to have those discussions so that development cooperation, for instance, can deliver, because at the end of the day, it is supposed to help our countries deliver on the welfare of the people through a spirit of partnership. And then you want to look at your own processes and see how you can improve upon legislation or institute legislation that would promote and make gender-sensitive parliaments, gender equality more effective in your institutions. And so, of course, this is the main function of parliament, lawmaking, your legislative functions. And so we are looking forward to hearing from you on how you are reforming your legislative framework in order to provide for more gender responsiveness. Thirdly, we are going to be looking at how gender-sensitive parliaments can support the eradication of violence against women in parliament, and women and girls more broadly. And here, I must say that we are disheartened by the evidence that is out there of how women are being victimized, violated, sexually harassed and all of that on account of the fact that they venture into politics and into parliament. And we say this from evidence that we have gathered through surveys globally, regionally, and we can today say that gender-based violence against parliamentarians is something that is prevalent across the world. It's not endemic to a particular region. It is something that affects women parliamentarians across the world. And the statistics are there. If I could just give a few statistics. In Europe, for instance, we found that 85% of women parliamentarians we surveyed said that they had been subjected to some form of psychological or physical violence. Very unacceptable, 85%. In Africa, close to 40% of the women we surveyed said that they had been sexually harassed. And then just globally, we found out that 25% of the women MPs surveyed had faced physical violence, 25%, and that 33% of them had suffered from economic violence. So you can see the plight of women parliamentarians on account of the fact that they have ventured into this world that traditionally has been male-dominated. And that is what we want to combat head on. And thank you very much for the opportunity to do so. Again, this is not specific to an age group. We have seen the intersectionality of gender-based violence. Women suffer, especially young women, on account of the fact that they are politicians. So young women and girls are discouraged from going into political life because they are doubly affected. We have the vulnerable groups, women parliamentarians living with disabilities who are doubly challenged. And the evidence is out there. We hope that we can come out of this summit of parliamentary leaders with a strong resolve, and I believe this is in the statement that you will be adopting later today, to fight ever more stringently to adopt a zero tolerance policy against violence perpetrated against women in Parliament, but in society at large. And lastly, let me say that I'm looking forward to the session that will be looking at the role of women parliamentarians, or women speakers, in making parliaments more welcoming and empowering for women. Yes, as I said, it is important to increase the numbers of women going into Parliament. But do we give them the opportunity when they're in Parliament to make a difference? I doubt that in all of our parliaments that is happening. That is why we have the Gender-Sensitive Parliament's Plan of Action, that when women are in power, give them the power to use those powers in order to make a difference in society. So we're looking forward to those discussions. And Madam President, if I conclude here by saying that we look at parliaments as a mirror of society. If you are seen to be gender equal, you are seen to be delivering on the expectations of the people, and of course, this will help change the image that people have of parliamentary institutions. This will enhance trust in parliamentary institutions and governance as a whole. And of course, you need legitimacy for the actions that you take, legitimacy that will lead to greater effectiveness of the measures and greater ownership of those policies that you articulate as members of parliament. So we want to use this opportunity, as we do all the time, and I'm very heartened by the fact that many speakers have approached me and said, let's continue to do these summits. It's very important for us as parliamentary leaders to focus on those practical issues that help us deliver in a better fashion. So I can guarantee, I think, Mr. President, you agree with me that this summit is something that will be a permanent fixture in the IPU's program of work. So thank you very much for this opportunity, but let me say, I was going to forget one important thing. I am addressing you today also in my capacity as chair of the global board of what we call the International Gender Champions. This is a group of network of not parliamentarians, leaders of organizations, diplomatic community, civil society, coming together to say we have to make our various institutions gender sensitive. And I'm very proud when I chair the board to be able to say that the IPU is not preaching hot air, we're actually doing things. I'm very pleased to mention the strong women's movement that we have in the IPU, the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, and I tell them why it is important to have men and women at the table. We have certain simple pledges within the IGC, the International Gender Champions. Secretary General Guterres is a member, is a gender champion, and many other speakers or members of the global community are. And one thing we do is simple. If you invite me to come and address an audience such as this one, the first question my office asks is, how many men and how many women are going to be on the panel? If we realize that there are going to be 20 men and 2 women, that we systematically turn that down. We do not accept. We want women to be present in equal numbers at the table. And in many instances, we have led them, we have many organizations, we have led them to change the organization of their deliberations to make sure that there are women and men at the table. This is very important. It's a pledge, an individual pledge that each and every one of us makes. And the second pledge, and that is why I was speaking so passionately about it, zero tolerance for gender-based violence. That's a pledge that we have all taken. And in our institutions, we are on the lookout. In my office, I don't tolerate, abuse of women. I tolerate. Luckily, I don't have to deal with that, right, Zaina? We are fine so far. But they do know that I have little patience for any abuse of the women folk in our institutions. So these are things that we do to show that we are walking the talk. And I just thought I should bring this to your attention, that what we say here today is not just abstract, it is real. We are doing things and we're making progress. And I know there are lots of good practices out there which we would like you to tell us about today so that we can all learn from that. So thank you. I have been very long, but maybe it's the effect of the food and dancing yesterday. I'm energized, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, and distinguished speakers. It's been a pleasure having this presentation to you all today. We look forward to the discussions.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Mr. Martin Chungong. First of all, on the behalf of all of our participants, I would like to express my sincere gratitude both for your valid points as well as for your remarks and the nice words. Actually, our yesterday's reception shows that we are thinking in the same way, and IPU, its top priority, I mean gender equity, since it is gender sensitivity is the most key priority of IPU, and you have been discussing about this. You have been talking about the tasks which governments and parliaments should do to reach this gender equality, and such summits are very important for us. Of course, would this summit will be hosted in Uzbekistan or in any other country, we are very happy that these summits are taking place, and of course we would be very happy to host you again and again, year after year, because for us it is very good opportunity. We are very thankful for you, Your Excellency, Mr. Martin Chungong, and actually from your speech I can say that indeed it is a very challenging task to ensure gender equality, and gender equality is one of the most important indicators which show us the level of economic development of society. And since you have mentioned your meeting with the president of Uzbekistan, probably you have had a chance to be assured that the president of Republic of Uzbekistan also can be called gender champion. If we could use such a term as gender champion in Uzbekistan, probably our president would be the first gender champion, because from the first day of his taking office as the president of Uzbekistan, he is very focused on achieving gender equality. We can see it, we can feel it. Would it be in adopted presidential decrees, in laws, or in the policy, the agenda, is gender equality, empowering women, and the extent to which gender equality and women empowerment issues are reflected in government policies and strategies, programs. Our president mentioned that if we have women leaders, we have, of course, a proper legislation in place, we have proper discipline, we have the proper responsibilities, and our president is also working on empowering women and making women understand their powers and their true potential and capacities. So, of course, all the documents, would it be the documents like conventions of UN or documents of IPU, of course, we are trying to implement all these regulatory norms in Uzbek legislation at the moment. And talking about sustainable development goals, you know that Uzbekistan has also ratified SDGs, and SDG number 5 is ensuring gender equality, which is composed of 32 indicators, and we are trying to make these even more extensive in order to ensure their promotion. And I am myself, as a chairperson for Gender Equality Republican Commission, we are trying to ensure monitoring of implementation of this SDG number 5. Of course, in Uzbekistan, as in all the countries all across the world, women is 50, even sometimes more than 50% of population. Young girls are making most part of this female population. So, of course, ladies are ensuring peace, prosperity in our society. And, of course, we need to empower women for them to play a crucial part in economic development and prosperity of our country. For us, as I have already mentioned, President of Republic of Uzbekistan puts a special emphasis on empowering women. Therefore, civil society, all the government entities, they also place a priority on gender equity. And in the strategy of development of Uzbekistan, gender equity is set as one of the key priorities of our development. And if everyone will ask what is your specific feature of your country, we can say that no lady, no girl will be left out of the focus of attention of government. And we are working on this basis, and talking about the reforms which we are undertaking at the moment. First of all, we should empower women, and therefore we are adjusting our legal framework according to international standards. And we are also working on, we have already adopted 32 documents, 32 laws, and we are now combating the violence against women and children, and we have created a special working group which has managed to execute this work and complete it. And also I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the representatives of UN, especially official agencies, and this law on combating women violence against women and children in a couple of days will be put for public discussions, public hearings, and I can tell you that all the documents in Uzbekistan, would it be laws or some sub-legal documents, they should they undergo so-called gender equality expertise. We're also developing strategic conceptual documents, and gender equality is monitored as one of the key quality indicators of implementation of these documents. We are focused on the comprehensive agenda and programs with special budget to empower women, to boost gender equality. And yesterday you have mentioned that the President of Republic of Uzbekistan is very proud that Uzbek Parliament is composed of women. I mean, for 1/3, 33%, and previously it was 5 or 6% of ladies were in governance. Now we have them around 27%, 25% of business entrepreneurs are women, and the 44% of members of political parties are women. So you can see also, you know, all of us know how important education is for us, and you can see that 46% of university teachers are women. Therefore, it is also very important for us to mention how important is ladies' role in education, I guess. So with this decrease, you can see that our ladies are playing their own part, and you have mentioned that it is not a proper way to have 2 ladies among 12 or 20 men panelists, but also we do think it is unacceptable. That's why we also trying to engage more women in decision making, because women are thinking not just about themselves but also about children, about their families, about elderly, about society. Therefore, sir, I fully support your position, your opinion. At the moment, we are challenged with a lot of global problems, including risks, including challenges, including conflicts. Of course, yesterday we have been discussing about how can we resolve this situation, because you know that first of all, women and children are at the forefront, and they are mostly vulnerable and exposed to the conflicts, to pandemic, and etc. Therefore, we need to ensure this gender equality, combating consequences of pandemic, and boosting ladies and women entrepreneurship, and we should also have not just regional but also global cooperation in this area. And talking about Uzbekistan's experience, I can tell you that we had a dialogue of leader women of Central Asian countries. We have launched it in 2020, and in 2021 Uzbekistan presided over this organization, and we had hosted 12 different events, and 8 important documents have been adopted. All of them are region-wide, I mean, in the scope of Central Asia. So we should also mention that ladies from Central Asia, we know each other, we are trying to support each other, and this year, within the framework of the chairmanship of Uzbekistan Uzbekistan at Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And you know that next week the summit of the heads of the states of Shanghai Cooperation Organization will be held in Samarkand city. But in Tashkent in August this year, we had a forum, women forum of SEO, and the participants have developed a number of practical suggestions and recommendations aimed at ensuring gender equality and expanding opportunities of women in organizational spaces. They had their own resolution, and mainly we are trying to put the exchange of views on joint efforts to ensure gender equality with the among activists, among female parliamentarians. And also, I guess we're also at the moment having discussions with the Turkic unions. Today, the political, social, and economic situation in the world is becoming increasingly tense. No one can tell how this event will develop and how world order will be in the end. And in such a trying times, in such an environment, in such circumstances, it is very important that parliamentarians should work more efficiently in cooperation with other entities, with other subdivisions of power to ensure sustainable development and prosperity. In a special segment organized as a part of today's summit, we will exchange our views on tasks of the parliaments aimed at exchanging the rights and opportunities of women and ensuring gender equality in the sustainable development of the countries. But actually, I can say that talking about exchanging experience, of course, I could exchange my experience for 2 or 3 hours personally from Uzbekistan. So I can tell you that our dialogue will be a dialogue for all of us to share the best practices, to develop a recommendation, to exchange suggestions, and of course, we will be able to adopt the Tashkent Declaration in the end. And this is why we are asking all of you to be very proactive in your discussions, and I'm very thankful for your patience and tolerance, because indeed I have been taking a lot of your time with my long speech, and I'm very thankful to Madam Christine Mutonen also, because yesterday indeed we had a very fruitful discussions with heads of delegation and my colleagues, and everyone told that they were very happy with each of the speeches delivered yesterday, with the exchange of opinions. And once again, I would like to reconfirm how useful and fruitful was today's speech, and I would like to give the floor to Madam Christine Mutonen to moderate this session. Madam, floor is yours. Нет? Спасибо. Он пересел. Спасибо большое. Мы действительно были вдохновлены вот этими речами, потому что вы нас вдохновили, и вы вдохновили женщин вообще в глобальном масштабе. И вы знаете, я также искренне благодарна за ваше гостеприимство, особенно во время вчерашнего приема вечернего. И вы нам дали замечательную возможность посмотреть на богатую культуру Узбекистана. И мы с удовольствием находимся здесь. Мы очень благодарны вам за ваши слова. Господин Чунконке, я вам также искренне признательна за вашу поддержку в адрес женщин в глобальном масштабе. Я вам признательна за ваш энтузиазм, потому что нам это очень важно. Я бы с удовольствием его запаковала и собрала бы с собой. Настолько это нам нужно. Спасибо большое. И теперь я очень рада приветствовать всех вас на 14-м саммите женщин парламентариев. У нас сегодня специальный сегмент по гендерному чувствительному парламенту. И господин Чункон уже также сказал, что мы действительно сейчас приступили к 10-й годовщине у нас, да, вот принятие плана действий по гендерно-чувствительному парламенту. Я считаю, что это важный шаг, который дает нам возможность обеспечить именно гендерно-чувствительные парламенты. И мы, сами, дает нам возможность именно создать для себя капитализацию какую-то на данных именно о гендерно-чувствительных парламентах и также знать, какие риски нас ожидают впереди, иметь большее представление для того, чтобы мы могли двигаться в направлении мира и процветания. Также у нас какой формат? Формат был вдохновлен, собственно говоря, вашими речами. Нам нужна реальная дискуссия. Мы хотим узнать ваше мнение, мы хотим обмениваться лучшими практиками. Я думаю, что нам есть чему поучиться друг у друга. И, конечно, мы сейчас, знаете, на очень таких вопросах сейчас будем фокусироваться. То есть у нас есть такие вопросы, за которые часть поддерживает, которые часть не поддерживает. Ну, то есть у нас будут такие дебаты. И, конечно, спикеры высказали свои темы, по которым они хотели бы высказаться. То есть каждый из спикеров выскажет и свои аргументы, после чего мы попросим каждого из вас, вы будете задавать вопросы или комментировать. То есть у нас начнется живая дискуссия, дебаты. И на этот раз, когда вы хотите задать какой-то вопрос, мы давайте будем, как и вчера, то есть табличку с названием.
Only a gender-sensitive parliament can drive gender-responsive parliamentary diplomacy, development, cooperation and peace efforts. And to discuss this topic, I am pleased to have with us, here you are, welcome to the podium. We have with us Ms. Vaziva Zainal, Speaker of the Council of Representatives from the Kingdom of Bahrain. So you will speak in favor of the statement. The floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يسعدني أن ألتقيكم مجددا في ثاني يوم من هذا المؤتمر المهم الذي يجمعنا جميعا في هذه الأرض الطيبة، هذه المدينة الجميلة، ونحن في خضم عبق التاريخ الإسلامي الجميل من هذا البلد. بداية أود أن أؤكد على تقديم تعزيتنا لفقد المرأة الحديدية أو من عرفت تاريخا بالمرأة الحديدية، فبعد 70 سنة من الصمود وهي مثال لنا كنساء.
Second, and we were inspired by her. All the women all around the world were inspired by her image, by her influence, and she has contributed to changing the image of women all around the world. And we have to mention it because sometimes our society, we sometimes forget about the second part of our society. And we are always respecting women and what kind of attitude, in which attitude to be towards women. We always have to mention these topics. And sometimes we do not pay enough attention to this. But we do not have to allow this to happen. And of course, laws in our regulations, we have to indicate the role of women, because women can contribute to the development of your country, and we have to provide all the opportunities for her to make it happen. for all the women. And here, as a representative of Arab and Muslim world, and some people consider that in such countries the role of women is not appropriate. But I can say it's not correct because our country and our government administration they pay huge attention to this topic, to the role of women, to protecting the rights of women, and to change it to the positive side. And I can proudly declare it. But of course, we have achieved a lot. And we are the king is adopting laws and regulations on the role of women, on ensuring their rights and protection, and he provides all the opportunities for us to make it happen as well. And we have created such a condition in which women can equally form the new government and they can take their proper place at the level of government. As a house, in our house council of representatives on adopting different kind of laws, we do not divide to men and women because we have to provide all the opportunities for women and to make our countries one of the top countries of the world. And our laws do not matter about do not matter our daily life. We have our traditions. They don't matter. We have to provide all the necessary things, all the necessary conditions for women. And as our Council of Representatives adopted such laws that ensure the role of women, that support, that assist and create every possible, every necessary condition for women so they can contribute to the development of country. You can wonder why I'm not one of the topics that I do not like to mention from since childhood. I am an active participant to all these processes. I all my life started fighting for the rights of women, for ensuring their rights and freedoms, and I did everything possible, everything that I can since my childhood. And we have heard that we have to put our laws into practice, to implement them, and I can say that we have achieved that level. We have achieved this step because our country as a system of democracy and hereditary system, our country has shifted to democratic system, and our country has turned into one of the countries that promote the rights of women, that fight for the rights of women. It doesn't matter where the place of women is, at home, at work. It has to have a special status, and we have to provide all the opportunity, and we have to proceed to the development process. because women have to take their roles, and during the elections I was provided with I was able to participate in the elections. And before this, I've been working as a volunteer in 2006. I've entered the elections along with the 6 fellow men, and I wasn't expecting that I would win it. So this voting process, and thanks to my, of course, willingness, confidence, and my desire to change this situation, I've achieved lots of things. So I won the 5 men in this parliament during the voting, and I won, and I became a speaker. And in 2014, it was the same situation, the voting campaign. And of course, thanks to my willingness, desire to make this situation better, to make this, to improve this, I've achieved the thing that lots of women cannot. And I continued my activities in this field, and I would like to mention once again, all the work carried out by me is not just for myself, it's for all the women all around the world. And so they can also start their activities in this field, in this direction. And at the and I asked myself, am I stopping at this point, or do I have to proceed? And I was so I put my candidacy as a speaker of the council, a representative. So I was asked a lot. Do you think that you can manage it? That you can win? That you can win this 2 men? So I asked myself, can I be the first women speaker? So, and I answered myself that even if I can't win, so I can try this, and which was very successful. And lots of people expressed their confidence in me, and I became a speaker of the council, which consists the majority part of which consists of men. And here we are talking about gender equality. So we are having a great opportunity to communicate with men. So I've raised these topics to the parliament as well. And till this point, we have put lots of effort. And I can say that we have created conditions for women that lots of our neighbor countries cannot afford. And my fellow colleagues are expressing their confidence in this. And we are citizens of our country, and every change and can contribute to the development of our country, and we can make this happen. and we have mentioned lots of activities, lots of things, and lots of you have been mentioning about the accessibility of jobs to all the women. We are working on this. And different government agencies are carrying out different activities in this field in order to achieve the gender equality. And this, we have a balanced gender equality committee, which is dealing with these issues. In this committee, it has the equal correlation of women and men. We have a Supreme Council of Women, and I am the director of this council. And the relatives of the king are administrating this council or contributing their efforts in order to make it work successfully. And through this we can adopt the laws, and we didn't stop on this. And this expertise in our country is sharing this expertise with our country, and we consider it as our mission, sharing this expertise. And of course, it can be carried out only with cooperation with the UN, and we have provided the special award of Sheikha among women. And talking about women, I can say that we do not know to start from which point, because it's a daily basis of problem. I didn't know where to start, but I can say the first thing is in our confidence, in our willing, in our desire. We are not fighting against men. We are just representing ourselves that we are equal to them. That we have contributed to the upgrowing, to the education of our children, of this men, and we have to work equally in this field. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution, and thank you also for giving us this important insights. And I think what is very important, you said about your personal experience. I think role models like you are very important for your country and beyond. So role models as you are women speakers for girls undergoing the education and for women are very, very important. So we would like to know a little bit about your countries. So how are your countries contributing to diplomacy, to peace and development? I know that in times of this multiple crisis, health crisis, climate change crisis, etc., foreign policy has been put a little bit aside sometimes. So the question is, what do your parliaments do, and how do they contribute to your parliamentary diplomacy to give peace and make a development possible? Are there any any comments? I also would like to know if is there, yes, Azerbaijan, please, speaker from Azerbaijan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to say that I agree with the motion gender-sensitive parliaments for sustainability and prosperity. This is supported by such an argument that women members of parliament are in a very strong position to influence adoption of gender-responsible laws and also to have a more gender-based approach to management of parliament. And today it is impossible to imagine a strong, stable state without the participation of women in all spheres of public life. From this point of view, we women speakers, women members of parliament have important duties to make our parliaments more gender sensitive. It is well known that one of the root causes of inequality in employment, gender-related problems, lies in education. And if we talk about creating inclusive society that embraces all, the focus should be on strengthening education and ensuring the legal basis of equal opportunities in education. And I strongly believe that this will eliminate barriers to the empowerment of women in politics, the economy, and other spheres. Ladies and gentlemen, taking this opportunity, I'd like to share some information about my country, about Azerbaijan. In our country, the level of literacy is close to 100%. 54% of holders of a master's degree and 51% of those who are awarded a doctorate of philosophy are women. Thus, in our case, we start from quite a strong position in empowerment of women. It is enough to say that the share of women in the total employed population is about 50%, and the share of women in the civil service is 27.5%. And I'd like to say also that the biggest part of the staff in our parliament are women. And I'd like to add that parliaments do not only have enough powers to adopt gender-responsible laws, but also to play a role in ensuring their enforcement. This is a very point when collaboration of the parliament and the government gains significance. The main government body that implements state policy on gender issues in Azerbaijan is the State Committee for Family, Women and Children Affairs, and it was established in 1998. The committee reports to the parliaments on its activities, and the committee that works on gender-based laws in our parliament is the Committee for Family, Women and Children Issues. The chairs of both committees are women, and so the very process of drafting, adopting, enforcing the laws in the field of gender equality is gender sensitive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution also. So I keep on asking also this question. I want to widen it a little bit. So when you think about the Committee on Foreign Affairs, what about defense, for example? You know, there are few women in the committees on foreign affairs usually. There are even less in the Committee of Defense. And maybe you remember, I remember this uproar that we had in the media when there was I think it was the first or the second Minister of Defense in Spain, and she was pregnant. So this was the unbelievable, really. So I'd like to know what has changed in Spain since then. Can you give us a reflection on that?
Muchas gracias, Cristina. Efectivamente, creo que desde los parlamentos se puede tener un papel muy relevante para que nuestras sociedades se puede tener un papel muy relevante para cambiar las sociedades a sociedades mucho más igualitarias. Efectivamente, en España fue uno de los primeros países del mundo donde fue ministra de Defensa una mujer que estaba además embarazada, y posteriormente ha habido otras dos mujeres y actualmente la ministra de Defensa es una mujer. Por otra parte, es significativo también que la portavoz del grupo mayoritario en el Congreso de los Diputados, en la Comisión de Defensa, es una comandante, una militar de profesión que está en excedencia. Y también, como país miembro de la Unión Europea y de la OTAN, tenemos delegaciones de las Cortes Generales, y esas delegaciones en la Asamblea Parlamentaria de la OTAN y en la delegación de la PESEC están presididas por mujeres. Y también en España, en el ámbito militar, que era un terreno casi exclusivo de los varones, hay un observatorio militar para la igualdad entre mujeres y hombres en las Fuerzas Armadas, integrado en el Ministerio de Defensa. Y en el Congreso de los Diputados, y esto es muy importante, ya durante décadas tenemos una comisión de igualdad que vela por todas las políticas de
most
y además una comisión de seguimiento
about
que
the most acute issues is that about the most important moment that all the women in our country, they have their special role inside the country as well. So we are fighting against gender-based violence and the protection, and we put special emphasis on these issues. And I can say that in lots of professions, we need we need women, and it's reflected not only in our policy, but it's reflected in our life as well, because we know the importance of this topics, these issues, and during our daily life, the special role during our life is the special role is the gender equality, not only just in words, but in practice, in implementation. And in this case, the political sustainable development and economical sustainable development are impossible without participation of women, and lots of organizations. The role of women, and at the same time their role all around the world in international organizations as well. It has a special focus that we do not have to forget that they have their own power. Over the recent 10 years, we have carried lots of work, so the role of women can improve, and at the same time, the women can use their power. They can realize that they have enough power in order to do everything that they want, because the women are not less powerful than men. They are equal. Thank you very much.
Yes, women are equal. Thank you. I think I saw somebody there. Yes.
Спасибо большое. И мы
Thank you, Madam Chair. I must apologize, my voice is being lost. Maybe I'll ask the translators also to translate for English. Otherwise, my voice is not very clear. I've been really asked by Secretary General, and for sure you also, my moderator, to give or to share the experience of Rwanda, so that I can at least intervene in this session. Sorry for my voice. I think it's because of the dances yesterday.
We will bring you tea.
Thank you. Maybe I should begin by the diplomacy and the representations in standing committees, so that it can help to understand better before I talk about the principles in Rwanda. The members of parliament in Rwanda, the Chamber of Deputies, we are 80. And the representation of women is 61.3% of women in the parliament. And for that, we are ranking the first in the world. The standing committee that we have are 9, and 7 out of 9 are already, the bureau of these committees is composed by a man and a woman, because the gender issue and gender equality is really a principle that, a constitutional principle that we have to respect, and to respect it also in electing the members of bureau for standing committees. Then 7 out of 9 are either a man or a woman in the bureau, and 2 others out of 9, both members of bureau are women. I would say that women who are chairing as chair of standing committee are 5 out of 9. Others are vice chairs. The standing committee of foreign affairs and defense, the composition of this committee, the chair is a man and the vice chair is a woman. And all the members of the standing committee are 8, and 4 are women and 4 are men. Then half. Allow me to go back to what Lily has guided Rwanda to achieve what we have achieved until now. The good governance has been the cornerstone pillar of the socio-economic progress that Rwanda has achieved after the 1994 genocide against Tutsi. The governance of Rwanda is built on 3 strategic choices, namely unity. When you talk about unity, Madam Chair, we also understand inclusiveness. You can't talk about unity in a country without talking about inclusiveness. And for us, inclusiveness also includes women. And when we talk about unity also, we talk about, we are referring to power sharing. When you talk about power sharing, you can't leave women behind. The other choice was accountability. And for this accountability, we have different institutions, like many other countries for sure. But one of the institutions which is really very key for the women, for the gender equality, is the Gender Monitoring Office. And Gender Monitoring Office is an institution that we have which promotes gender equality and which has to monitor the respect and compliance of gender-related to commitments across sectors. And the other choice that we made, as 3 strategic choices, is thinking big. You can't think big and leave women behind. That would not be a development. I must say here that the women in Rwanda are 52%. The 52% of a population, you can't think big and think that you are doing development of a country, leaving more than a half behind. That's a principle that we have to respect. And the good governance has been enabled by the visionary and transformational leadership that put the citizen at the center of governance and development. And when you talk about citizens, women are included. Women represent, as I was saying, 52% of the population. They can't be just left out in the journey of development. Promoting gender equality and representation of women in leadership is a constitutional imperative because Article 10 in our constitution provides for equality between men and women. This is evidenced by women holding at least 30% of positions in decision-making organs. This goes even to political parties. The composition of executive committees of political parties must respect this principle because it's constitutional. And these leaders also, when we have elections, parliamentary elections, then it means those executive committees, when they are having their lists of candidates, because among the members of executive committees, we have also 30% of women. When they are discussing about candidates, then you are sure that women are not forgotten. And when they are putting their list, because our system of election is proportionally to the list, the block list that we have, then they make sure that they have really women among the candidates that they present to the National Electoral Commission. And when it comes to the composition of our parliament, 80 members of the parliament, we have 53 seats out of those 80. And 53 seats are by competition through political organizations, respecting for sure the constitutional principle of 30% among the candidates. But also among the 80 members, we have automatically 24 women elected by specific electoral colleges in accordance with the national administrative entities. It's a political choice that we made, that we should have 24 women coming straight to the parliament, coming from National Women Council. They are elected among their peers. And for sure, we have also representation from youth, coming from National Youth Council. They start from the grassroots, and they end by 2 representation. And among the 2, we must have a woman. Yes, that's what I can share by now in our experience, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this valuable insight, giving us this lot of thoughts. Just a very, very short remark, because we are very much back of time, please.
شكرا جزيلا. فقط أردت أن أؤكد بأننا
Arabic translation.
نعم فقط أردت أن أؤكد أيضا.
Thank you very much. And I would like to say
بأن هناك التشريعات والقوانين والدساتير معظمها تذكر كما نحن في مملكة البحرين الرجل والمرأة
about the Kingdom of Bahrain, about the equality among men and women, and improving the image of women. In order to improve it, we have not only to
and we also help to implement these all goals in the life of society, and also we should control this process too. Even one woman couldn't left behind any kind of care by the government, and when I had came in some kind of these challenges, I even could cry, and but after this, to take all my just decisions and make our life and life of other women better, and we should control this all in our government and adopt new laws related to this issue.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have our break now, a coffee break for 15 minutes only. Please be back in time at 11:30. That's what discussions are. We are late in time, but thank you all for your participation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Right away we start with the second motion, which is without a gender-sensitive parliament, gender-responsive laws cannot be adopted. As we are, I can't say a bit late in time, we are very late in time, so please have your comments and in the discussion also keep it to 3 to 5 minutes. So we will be having the representative, the Speaker of the Parliament from Bangladesh, Mrs. Jarim Shirin Chaudhary. I would like to ask you for your speech, for your statement. Please, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Warm greetings from Bangladesh Parliament. Today I stand here to oppose and speak against Motion 2. Motion 2, quote, without a gender-sensitive parliament, gender-responsive laws cannot be adopted, unquote. I want to thank the IPU and the Senate of Uzbekistan for giving me this opportunity to speak here this afternoon. According to Interparliamentary Union, IPU, gender equality is in the interest of both men and women. Therefore, achieving gender equality is not an issue or agenda alone for women. Gender equality and women empowerment are essential preconditions for functioning, vibrant democracy, sustainable and equitable development. A democracy cannot be representative without having adequate representation of half the population of any country. We know the women constitute half the sky. It must therefore be promoted and ensured by both men and women legislators. All lawmakers and non-gender responsive parliaments must equip themselves with the knowledge, educate themselves as to the necessity and importance of adopting gender responsive laws. So it is not only for parliaments which are gender sensitive, but for all parliaments. It is the duty of all parliamentarians to ensure legislation of gender-responsive laws. While I have no problem in examining what factors deter presence of women in parliament and limit their role, and while I am happy to work to remove those barriers, my contention is, while gender-sensitive parliaments can better facilitate adoption of gender-responsive laws, all parliaments are competent institutions to adopt gender-responsive laws for not only the benefit of women alone, but welfare of larger community and society, and the attainment of common goals of sustainable development goals, sustainability, equity, equality, democracy, and peace. It is important for any parliament to legislate gender-responsive laws. The use of the term cannot in the motion 2 is too harsh and restrictive. It completely negates the scope to make gender-responsive laws for parliaments which are not gender sensitive. And I do not agree with that proposition. Many parliaments around the globe are adopting gender-responsive laws. Laws protecting women from violence domestic violence, laws restraining child marriage, laws preventing dowry, daycare center provision for working women, and many more are being adopted around the globe by parliaments, be it gender sensitive or not. We must not confine gender equality, women's rights and empowerment only within the domain of women. We need to engage men, our male colleagues in Parliament, to come forward and play an active role in redressing gender imbalances that exist, in removing the disparities and discrimination by enacting gender-responsive laws. Let us promote parity of participation of women and men, and at the same time integrate gender lens in all parliaments so that members, both male and female, adopt gender-responsive laws for greater benefit of humanity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your sharing the opinion with us. I think it's very important. Inclusiveness and equal parity certainly is the word. May I ask you a question to your speech? So there have been so many improvements in the legal framework in your parliament. So when you were eliminating discrimination against women and girls, trying to provide inclusiveness also, how did the population react? We know that such changes sometimes, they cause kind of problems of being accepted. So how was the situation in your country?
Thank you, moderator. Bangladesh is a role model for women empowerment around the globe. We have made very significant strides in promulgating very progressive legislations, in protecting the rights of women, and in ensuring economic, social, and political empowerment of women. So our parliament is a gender-friendly parliament because the composition of the parliament itself speaks for this, and it is quite unique in the sense that our leader of the house and the prime minister, Sheikh Hasina, is a woman. Myself, the speaker of the house, is a woman. Deputy leader of the house is a woman. So the very important constitutional positions within the parliament are led by women. So and then we have 50 reserve seats where we have women in quota, and we have 23 women directly elected as members of parliament. So around 73 out of 350 members are women. So we have quite a strong voice, a critical mass, and that sort of makes it easier and facilitates the process for bringing about any legislation which is for gender responsive and gender friendly agendas.
We also heard yesterday that in Rwanda, Parliament carries out consultations with the population. Is there a practice like this in some of the countries? If you want to, is Mr. Chungong, from your experience, do you know, do countries have considerations with the population? Does it work in Rwanda? Do you have any experience about that? I'm sorry, it's difficult with the microphone.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that the experience we have, and if we look at the Global Parliamentary report, the most recent one that the IPU published, it deals with people's engagement with Parliament. And we have to look at consultations from that point of view, and not only specifically regarding gender equality. And, but there are ample examples of how parliaments are going out and reaching to the people. And in some countries, like in Ghana, Ghana has a session where the parliament goes to the people. They have public consultations that are wide-ranging, public consultations that are wide-ranging. They go out, the parliament organizes full-fledged sessions to engage citizens on specific issues, but this is in the context of the normal work of parliaments engaging, and there are ample examples. I would like for you to refer you to the Global Parliamentary report for more such examples of how Parliament can reach out to the citizens and consult with them.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Are there any comments and questions on that? I would like to know, do you have gender in general? Do you have gender equality committees in your parliament? This would be a question to all of you. We would be very interested to see if you have these committees. Could you who have committees for gender equality in your parliament raise your hands so that we see you have something similar? What about you have something, you have a committee, you as well? What about you? Spain has, yeah. Well, yes. So there are several, also Montenegro, yes. Yeah, thank you. So there are a lot of parliaments who already have this. So this is very important and interesting for us to see. So are there any comments here from the podium? No. So we move on, given the time, the short time we have, we move on to discuss motion number 3. It says a gender-sensitive parliament can prevent, punish and repair sexism, harassment and violence against women in parliament and in society. We already heard from you, Mr. Chungong, that about the study that was made by the IPU, which says that especially women in politics face harassment, violence, and very often they undergo shitstorms and etc. So we have one speaker, Ms. Ushka Tsupan, President of the National Assembly of Slovenia. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair said that I could give my speech from here, so thank you. Esteemed colleagues, while we have made progress in gender equality in recent decades, we cannot afford to be satisfied when confronted with the current situation. We are increasingly faced with attempts to roll back hard-won rights and with the negative influences of the COVID-19 pandemics, which in many places has led to women once again being forced to assume their traditional and domestic roles. The negative trends have also made themselves felt in Slovenia, where verbal abuse, patronizing behavior, misogyny and other negative practices that I myself have experienced and which aim to discourage women from politics have been on the rise during recent years. Yesterday I talked about the red shoes story, and I'm not going to tell it again, but this is a story that is quite interesting. The last Slovenian parliamentary elections that were in April this year, with 40% of elected MPs being women, give cause for measured optimism, especially in light of the fact that I'm the first woman to head the National Assembly in Slovenian parliamentary history. I was overjoyed by the scope and historical importance of my elections, since electing a woman to the second most powerful position in the country is undoubtedly the first sign of changes to come. Adequate normative regulation, while an essential foundation, is insufficient to ensure equal representation. Even gender quotas, we have gender quotas in Slovenia, specifying the smallest permissible percentage of female candidates do not bring desired results. Substantial progress can only be made by changing mindsets and eliminating gender prejudice, sexism, and male chauvinism. This is a process that requires a change in personal beliefs and the functioning of society as a whole, from both men and women. As members of parliament, we reflect society and serve as role models. If we succeed in making parliament spaces with zero tolerance for discrimination and gender stereotypes, if we consistently point out and condemn these types of backwards practices, then society will follow our example. I told you yesterday that after the red shoe incident, all the female parliamentarians wore red shoes for the next plenary session. And this was covered by the media widely. So if a red shoe is a symbol, then let it be. This will gradually lead to a change in mentality, restore trust in politics, and raise political culture, making politics friendlier and more attractive to women. We hope to make the National Assembly a more woman-friendly space and a space of equal representation. To this end, the National Assembly founded, and this is maybe the answer to your previous question of a committee, in Slovenia we have the Women Parliamentarians Club, and it was founded 5 years ago. And this club fosters collaboration between women regardless of party affiliation. I believe the recently adopted Code of Ethics for members of Parliament also represents an important step forward, as it also contains provisions on responsibility, decency, and respect. It has not yet fully been put into practice, but we are on the right path. Esteemed colleagues, the path towards women's rights, which led to increasing gender equality, was daring, but also arduous. As President of the Slovenian Parliament, I am honored to be able to carry the torch and continue the work of all these women who, through their struggle, made it possible for us to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you already have a code of conduct, or you are working on that?
The Code of Conduct, the ethical rules have already been adopted. It was a struggle, what I heard from the previous President of the National Assembly. It has not yet been fully put into practice because the mindset of the parliamentarians must change first. They have to point out the breaches of this code, and we have to be brave enough to carry the procedure which has been adopted in the code and to condemn these practices. So it is not alive fully yet, but I'm confident that we will, well, the thing that we have to do is to implement these rules into ourselves. The integrity and ethics and respect. This has to be implemented in ourselves. And I hope in the future we won't need these codes, because the people who are parliamentarians, they should have this integrity implemented in themselves.
Yes, I totally agree. I'm sure you agree as well. But I'm afraid this will need some time, usually. Do you know, or are there going to be kind of sanctions included? We talked about impunity, so how can we end impunity?
There are sanctions included, yes, and these are mild sanctions, of course. But you know, as I said before, I hope that in the future we will have parliaments where there will be a minimum, I usually say, a minimum parliamentarian morality. And this will be the foundation for the work of the parliaments. So the sanctions won't be necessary. But now they are necessary. Because sometimes you just can't prevent those things, and if they occur, and they do occur, they must be seen, they must be pointed out, and they must be punished accordingly. So I do hope for a better future. Actually, I do hope, because the summits like this is something that can improve greatly the behavior of parliamentarians, and even improve the awareness of female parliamentarians that they are not alone, and that they are entitled to have the respect that they deserve, to receive the respect that they deserve.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, Mr. Chungong.
Thank you very much. I don't want to take up much time for your debate, but I just wanted to concur with what the speaker from Slovenia has said. And the word changing the mindset is very important, because in many cases, those perpetrators of sexual or other violence against women may not be aware that this is something that is wrong, especially when you talk about sexism, the use of language. Men might just think that is the normal thing to do, but they don't know that they are violating women. So it's important to have that awareness, to create that awareness, to define what is appropriate and what is not appropriate behavior in men. And in the IPU, I think the good news is that we have developed guidelines for parliamentarians, for parliaments, to deal with sexism, sexual harassment, and violence against women in parliament. It is important. And the point you make about the code of ethics is very crucial. It should be important crucial for all parliaments in the world to adopt codes of ethics that members of parliament undertake to not do certain things that are reprehensible. For us, it's important. The other point is that a lot of, from our studies, a lot of incidents of sexism, harassment go unreported because the victims don't feel that they have an appropriate mechanism for this issue to be addressed. In some cases, it's met with skepticism, and in others, condescension. And so it's important that parliaments put in place mechanisms that allow victims to report cases of sexual harassment, and that there should be sanctions against parliamentarians who engage in such things. In the IPU, we have, in my office, we have instituted a code of ethics for parliamentaries, for staff in the IPU. And they undertake, when you're recruited to the IPU, you undertake that code to refrain from sexism and all of that. We are now extending this to IPU assemblies and events, because we have realized that there are many cases being reported to us of parliamentarians harassing their colleagues during IPU assemblies, and so we're putting in place guidelines for behavior of parliamentarians when they come to the IPU meeting. So when you look at the convocations that we send out for meetings, we're already saying that, for instance, parliamentarians, when addressing other parliamentarians, should be courteous in the way they do it, but we want to go further and be more forthcoming and point out those things that are wrong, that we cannot afford to do in an assembly. So we want to walk the talk too in the IPU.
Thank you very much also for this overview of the IPU. It's very important. I think what hasn't been mentioned yet is that the question is also how women members of the administration are protected. So I think we should keep that in mind, because it's also very important Are there any more comments? Thank you very much for, I can't see. Okay. Uganda, please. A short comment, please.
Thank you very much, the moderator, and thanks to the speakers. To share a bit of experience from Uganda and how we are ensuring the gender-sensitive parliament can prevent and also repair issues around sexism, harassment, and violence against women is very similar to what some of the colleagues have already mentioned. We are ensuring that we are using the committee. We have a structure within Parliament, which is the Committee on Rules, Discipline, and Privileges, which is mandated to inquire about such issues when they come up, and that is one which we have used within the Parliament of Uganda. But also the other is around enacting gender-sensitive laws and policies. We have, for instance, under the Employment Act 2010, very stringent clauses and provisions on sexual harassment, which is currently what is in use. And also we have the Domestic Violence Act 2010, which we are also using at the moment to protect the rights of women and girls much more broadly, even including those outside Parliament. And we are also making deliberate steps to ensure that women are included in leadership positions. Similar to the experience of other countries, we have women in committees of Parliament, a bigger composition, over 40% of leadership as chairpersons and deputies are women. And we also have those being supported by other female leaders in other positions. For example, the Vice President being the woman, the Prime Minister being the woman, and also in the office of the Prime Minister, we have the First Deputy and Second Deputy who are both women, and the Third Deputy a man. And they all work together to support the women in leadership. And the other is about gender-sensitive trainings, which are spearheaded by Parliament to both staff of Parliament, but also to members of Parliament. And that is especially done by the Forum for Women we call Uganda Women Parliamentary Forum, which has membership comprised of women, but also men who are champions like our colleague Martin. We have male champions who are members of the Women Parliamentary Association, who are great allies, who are change agents, who are working together with women to ensure the gender-sensitive laws are put in place and are being supported. The other one is about the zero tolerance. We're ensuring that we keep pointing out we have codes of conduct, we have ethics, which is utilized by the staff and also members of Parliament, and that is something which we keep on stressing to ensure the issues of harassment are not tolerated. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us this information about your country. South Africa, please, the Speaker of South Africa. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moderator. As I spoke yesterday, the declaration by the President in 1953 in South Africa, in Parliament, saying that a girl child should not be going to school. We have walked a mile, that changing that narrative of the girls not being allowed in school. In 1994, when we gained our democracy in South Africa, today we can say we are boasting a majority of women, I mean the number of women in Parliament at about 44.5%, and the executive at 44%. This is the result of our Women's Charter that came after that was set in Parliament in 1954. on the Women's Charter where the women were saying it can't happen to our girls. Right, that was just the background. Looking at that, we have in our parliament a multi-party women's caucus, which is always briefed by the Ministry of Women, which we also thought that we must have a Ministry of Women on issues of what their departments are doing. And the IPU always tells us about the gender responsive parliaments. So we are being briefed regularly and we check progress with the departments as to whether they are also using gender responsive budgeting, because without budget, we won't be able to achieve most of the things that we want to achieve for our women. In 2021, we passed 3 bills that are very strategic. This came from the National Strategic Plan, which aimed at strengthening and coordinating response to the crisis of the gender-based violence and femicide. If you check, you'll find that in South Africa we've got a high number of GBV and femicide. And we made sure that to stop that through our own coming together as women in the multi-party, we influenced the responsible department so that they can come up with bills, because if you don't have legislation, you are unable to curb all these problems that we have. And in inclusion, we care about our LGBTQI communities. And because we have got that baggage of illiteracy, especially among our elderly, we make sure that through our constituencies, every time the issue of educating our constituencies about their rights is included in when we do constituency work, bringing the old ladies together, because we know of their education level and the illiteracy levels. We really assist them to make sure that that continues and they are being educated on daily basis. And I wanted to say that from what we were pre-1994 to where we are today, through the women marches, the National Strategic Plan, and today coming together and saying, as women of parliament, irrespective of which party you come from, we join hands and fight and make sure that our women are not harassed at work, even in parliament, and we are being supported by the men. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your intervention. We have now the last comment from Spain. Please, the floor is yours, Madam Speaker.
Muchas gracias, Cristina. La Constitución española se aprobó en el año 78 y significó para todos los españoles libertad y democracia, pero sobre todo el primer paso de todas las mujeres españolas hacia una sociedad justa e igualitaria. Pero desde entonces hemos avanzado mucho y hemos alcanzado muchos derechos. El último informe del Banco Mundial señala que somos de las 12 economías del mundo que alcanzamos 100 puntos en cuanto a identificación de leyes y regulaciones que limitan e incentivan la participación de la mujer en la economía. Pero quiero compartir con todas ustedes que las leyes por sí solas no son suficientes para garantizar la igualdad real entre mujeres y hombres, que los avances son obvios pero no son suficientes. Y por eso, uno de los temas más importantes de las sociedades incluso de las sociedades avanzadas, es una lacra que nos involucra a todas en la lucha contra la violencia de género. En mi país son ya, desde que hay registro de este tipo de violencia terrible, 1.158 mujeres han sido víctimas de violencia de género mortales, víctimas de sus parejas o exparejas. Todas las mujeres y niñas tenemos derecho a una vida libre de violencia y por eso es tan importante combatir con urgencia esta lacra que nos afecta a todas. Pero además de esta, que es una prioridad, sigue habiendo diferencias sustanciales a pesar de las leyes entre hombres y mujeres. El desempleo femenino en mi país sigue siendo mayor que los hombres. El salario a igual trabajo es menor el de las mujeres que los hombres. Y como ayer compartí con todas ustedes, las mujeres universitarias en las carreras de ciencias, en las ingenierías, en informática, en matemáticas, siguen siendo menor el número de mujeres que el de hombres. Las mujeres no tenemos techo y, por tanto, debemos de seguir muy activas para que nadie nos ponga un techo. Contamos en el Congreso con un Congreso prácticamente paritario. Más del 42%, somos 149 mujeres. Yo misma he sido la segunda mujer presidenta del Congreso de los Diputados en más de 40 años de democracia en España. Pero nosotras somos unas privilegiadas y por eso, por lo que tenemos que luchar, es por todas esas mujeres de nuestros países, todas esas mujeres que son víctimas de violencia contra las mujeres, que no tienen acceso a un buen nivel de educación y especialmente, y me gustaría que se recoja en la declaración final, que todas las mujeres tengan acceso a un sistema sanitario público, universal, en todos sus ámbitos, especialmente en todo lo que tiene que ver con la medicina preventiva y hacer posible también que haya unidades especiales de salud mental. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the next motion, the fourth motion of the debate, which is about your power. It's the question: women speakers have the power to make Parliament more welcoming and more empowering for women. We have two speakers, one speaking for and one against it. Ms. Mabel Ginonoma, President of the Senate of Zimbabwe. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Honorable Moderator, the Chairperson of the Senate of Uzbekistan, Honorable women speakers, presidents, and chairpersons of national parliaments, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, between 2005 and 2015, the percentage of women in presiding officer positions in Parliament nearly doubled, going from 8.3% to 15.6%. This is a milestone progress given the power of women speakers to reform and make the institution of Parliament more open and friendlier. Women speakers of Parliament have a duty to modernize parliaments and create environment in which women feel empowered. Priority areas of these reforms include creating a workplace where everyone is valued and treated with dignity, respect, and equality, ensuring that female legislators contributing to Parliament business are visible and are influencing progress towards gender equality in Parliament and in society. Women speakers have positively shaped their parliaments, both in the way they operate and in their outputs. They have enhanced Parliament's role in overseeing the work of government in the area of gender equality and fostered partnerships between male and female parliamentarians in effecting legal and institutional reforms on gender equality. The presence of women speakers improves the recognition of sexism, harassment, and violence against women as real problems in parliaments, and enables active solution seeking and allows affected women to break the silence and institute steps towards protection and prevention. To that end, across the globe, initiatives being facilitated include putting in place formal codes of conduct for members of parliament that ensures protection of female staff and women legislators. It is imperative that parliaments transform themselves into gender-sensitive institutions. A range of changes have been fostered, and these include promotion of less aggressive parliamentary language and behavior, more family-friendly sitting hours, the introduction of child care facilities, and parental leave for members. The overall aim of this reform is to ensure that Parliament is accessible and does include or discriminate against women participation. Women speakers of Parliament have been very impactful in these reforms, in mobilizing the political will of the Parliament's leadership to accept change. Strengthening of the Women Parliamentary Caucus is one avenue that is leading to effective women participation on the basis of parity with men and the creation of tolerance and cross-party consensus building. Women have demonstrated political leadership by working across party lines through Parliamentary Women's Caucus, even in the political combative environments, by championing issues of gender equality, such as the elimination of gender-based violence and electoral reforms among men, by throwing their support and weight behind women parliamentary caucus. Women speakers of Parliament have immensely contributed towards the transformation of Parliament into a safe and respectful workplace. It is through these lobbying and reforms that, to date, the Parliament of Zimbabwe has established the well-equipped breastfeeding room, a move that is set to bring convenience to breastfeeding members of Parliament and other Parliament female employees. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much about talking about your parliament in your country. Now, the next speaker is Eliane Dieu, Speaker of the House of Representatives from Belgium. Please, the floor is yours.
Mesdames les Présidentes, chers collègues, Mesdames, Messieurs, c'est toujours un plaisir d'évoquer ici la sensibilité au genre dans nos parlements et bien sûr plus particulièrement quelle place pour les femmes dans le Parlement. Translation difficulty. Yeah. Comme première femme à accéder à cette fonction de présidente de Parlement en Belgique depuis la création de notre pays, c'est-à-dire presque 200 ans.
French translation, sorry.
No translation.
Wait for a sign to let us know if there is a translator.
Je peux évidemment continuer. Est-ce que vous avez la traduction à partir du français vers les autres langues?
Yes, we can start.
Yes, please. Now it's ready.
Thank you. Donc, depuis la création de notre pays, 200 ans, il a fallu presque 200 ans pour qu'une femme puisse s'asseoir sur ce perchoir de l'Assemblée. Et donc vous comprendrez combien l'égalité entre les femmes et les hommes constitue depuis ma désignation un de mes chantiers prioritaires. Lors de notre sommet précédent, c'était à Vienne, j'avais souligné la nécessité d'une volonté politique forte pour atteindre la parité d'ici 2030. C'est vrai, malgré le chemin parcouru, les femmes rencontrent toujours autant d'obstacles et doivent sans cesse exposer leurs compétences pour accéder à la même fonction que les hommes. L'intérêt de la diversité des genres n'est cependant plus à démontrer, et pourtant le plafond de verre est toujours bien présent. La volonté de changement constitue dès lors une condition sine qua non de toute évolution de la société, de toute évolution de nos institutions, et cela doit se concrétiser à travers des actions symboliques concrètes dans la vie quotidienne et dans la vie de nos parlements. Nous devons prendre nos responsabilités, nous devons devenir les actrices et les acteurs de ce changement à l'intérieur même de nos institutions parlementaires.
We have to we have to put our efforts in these changes inside our parliament. It's important that the members of parliament they integrate the issue of equality to their activities. And during their activities, in order to achieve the equality, in March of last year, the year of in the day of International Day of Women, we have organized a webinar dedicated to the role of women in Parliament in 21st century. And as a result of this work, we have held an analysis on gender equality issues at the level of federal parliament. In March of this year, so 1 year later, the working group presented a report, and they could use the advices from the last year of our specialists who are specialists of this gender equality.
Qu'elle est bonne non plus. Suite au rapport, des mesures
concrètes seront mises en place
pour faire évoluer le Parlement fédéral
we have to improve, of course, so the federal parliament can be more sensitive to the gender-related issues, and the 17 members of 17 members are represented in the Committee of
davantage de
Defense,
femmes siègent dans les commissions affaires sociales,
and more women are
émancipation
represented
sociale.
in the sphere of
Les missions à
social
l'étranger
protection,
sont encore
social
majoritairement
development,
composées de nos collègues masculins. Des mesures
and
s'imposent donc
more,
pour une meilleure
of
répartition
course,
des
more
genres
among
dans
colleagues,
les
more
compétences.
men. There are
Nous
more
allons
men than women.
aussi nous allons avoir
And
une
we
charte d'engagement en faveur de
We are
l'égalité des
trying
genres.
to
Elle est en
adopt a
phase de
charter
finalisation
on
et
gender
traduira
gender
la volonté
equality in order
d'exemplarité de l'ensemble de
to
l'administration et déclinera
provide an
une résolution
example
commune à mettre en
to
œuvre
all
pour
the
renforcer l'égalité.
administrations
Ensuite,
in
après la
order
charte,
to
il nous faut un
implement,
plan
in order to
qui va
achieve the gender
décliner les
equality.
actions concrètes en matière
After
de gender
adoption
mainstreaming,
of the
fondée sur
charter,
les
we have to
recommandations
adopt
du
the
groupe de travail.
plan,
Les
the
principaux
action
objectifs
plan
seront
in
de
gender equality
récolter
sphere, and the
les
main
données
tasks
relatives au
are
genre. On ne peut pas y travailler si on ne connaît pas la situation. c'est la création d'un organe spécifique au sein du Parlement qui sera chargé d'analyser les données récoltées et de faire des propositions. Elle sera aussi personne de référence. Elle sera formée et formera à la sensibilisation aux genres. La gestion genrée du personnel sera imposée, tant en termes de recrutement, mais aussi en termes de bien-être au travail, pour faciliter aussi l'accession des femmes. Un budget sensible aux genres sera instauré, gender budgeting, et dans la communication tant interne qu'externe, il y aura également des directives formulées et uniformisées, adaptées à chaque langue, une écriture plus inclusive et une meilleure répartition parmi les orateurs. Lorsqu'il y a des auditions dans les commissions, être attentif à ce qu'il n'y ait pas que uniquement un seul genre représenté, mais qu'il y ait une variété de genres représentés. Bref, dans la vie politique, il faut un cadre juridique et législatif plus sensible aux genres, et notamment aussi dans l'intégration de la procédure d'adoption d'une loi. Il faut être attentif que ce ne soit pas uniquement un seul genre autour de la table, mais qu'il y ait bien les deux genres représentés. Et enfin, dans l'infrastructure, il est important que l'infrastructure soit sensible au genre également. Chers collègues, en tant que présidente de Parlement, il est indispensable que nous puissions être figure d'exemple. Il faut montrer la voie aux futures générations. Nous devons surtout éviter toute marche arrière, car rien n'est jamais acquis. On l'a montré encore récemment avec la décision de la Cour suprême des États-Unis sur l'interruption volontaire de grossesse. Et ça peut aller très vite. Soyons vigilants. Les parlements sont le reflet de notre société. Ils sont les lieux où les enjeux de société sont débattus, où les questions que les citoyens se posent sont débattues, où les solutions sont soumises au vote et adoptées par une majorité de leurs représentants. Pour toutes ces raisons, il est fondamental que les parlements soient davantage attentifs aux besoins des hommes comme des femmes qu'ils proposent, dans son fonctionnement, dans sa structure, dans sa méthode, dans son action. Nous sommes toutes et tous concernés pour que l'égalité ne soit pas juste un slogan, mais bien une réalité. L'ambition, elle doit être forte. La stratégie doit être volontariste. D'ici la fin de l'année 2022, au niveau national, nous avons un travail considérable pour faire réaliser ces actions et en termes de communication, nous devons encore travailler pour susciter l'adhésion à ces mesures et surtout à ce changement d'esprit. Parallèlement, bon nombre d'actions auront pu être lancées pour entrer avec détermination dans la voie d'un des parlements les plus sensibles au genre. Je vous remercie.
Inside the parliament, which is the main body for considering the issues of equality. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. So we have two
Спасибо
different ways of
большое. У
addressing the
нас
same aim in a way to bring gender equality and inclusion for everybody in the parliament, which is important. So are there any comments on and experiences on that topic, on that motion? So please, very short, please.
I believe that women speakers really have the power to make parliaments more welcoming, more empowering to women. And I believe that charters, declarations, solutions, talks, even laws cannot and will not stop the misogyny and harassment of women. And also the minimum quotas probably won't help. What I believe will help is the personal example of you, speakers of parliament, members of parliament, female members of parliament, women, that you show that you are different, that you are respectful, and that you are the role model, not the Twitters, TikToks, but women in the parliament, women that decide. And not only strong and tough women that we have to be now, we have to be strong and tough in this world.
This world has to become friendlier to sensitive and gentle women. So the sensitive and gentle women could also be parliamentarians. And it's on us. We are the role models. So this is my message.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There was one intervention, please, very short, we are very late of time, please.
سأحاول أن أكون سريعة وأن كنا نحن النساء. هل هناك من ترجمة؟
Do we have an Arabic translation?
هل هناك ترجمة؟ نعم. إذا سأكون سريعة وأتجاوز الكثير مما ذكرتهن الأخوات الرئيسات والمتداخلين، وسأتساءل إن كنا نحن في جميع الدول على الأقل الحاضرة في هذه القاعة لدينا كثير من التدابير والتشريعات والقرارات، والمرأة موجودة بنسب عالمية جيدة. في البحرين لدينا 35% امرأة في المجال الحكومي وفي المجال الخاص. ولكن أين المشكلة إذن؟ هل هناك مشكلة لكي نستخدم الكوتا في بعض الدول حتى تأتي المرأة وكأنها هي من الأقليات في مواقع اتخاذ القرار وفي البرلمانات؟ هل هناك مشكلة يجعلنا دائما في الصفوف الثانية؟ هل هناك مشكلة وصورة نمطية نحتاج أن نساهم سويا من أجل تغييرها؟ لماذا تعمل المرأة عشرات أضعاف الرجل لكي تقول أنا متميزة ومختلفة؟ عندما يأتي اليوم ونعمل كما نحن بطاقات وفي بيئة سوية وعادلة، حين ذاك نتجاوز هذا الملف. أتمنى أن نكون من تجربتنا وتجاربكم نأخذها بداية لكي ننطلق سويا ونقبل التغيير من أنفسنا لكي نغير المحيط الذي من حولنا. نحن في مملكة البحرين ليس لدينا تدبير إيجابي، ليس لدينا كوتا. بالكفاءة والقدرة والإصرار استطعنا أن نصل ونساهم في الحياة البرلمانية.
We do not have a special legislation. We are showing through our efforts, through our power, through our free, transparent voting. We are showing our example. But we have to change internally in this case in order to be satisfied with all the things that we are achieving. We have to give more requirements in order to be more improved in this field. So that's I wanted to add. Thank you very much. Микрофон, пожалуйста.
Thank you all the speakers here at the podium.
Спасибо большое всем.
Thank you all, Madam Chairs. It was a pleasure having you here, having been your moderator. I think, as the woman speaker from South Africa said, it's a long way to go. We did a part of a way, but there is still much to do. So I very much hope for you, for all of the women of the world, really, to keep on fighting. And I want to give now the floor back to the chair of the summit, Ms. Tansila Narbayeva, the chairwoman of the Senate of Uzbekistan. Please.
Katta rahmat, Kristina xonim. Mana hozir juda ham qiziqarli bir segment ishida hammamiz ishtirok qildik. Mamlakatlar parlamentlarining tajribalarini, qiziqarli tajribalarini eshitdik. Motivatsion chaqiriqlar, mana shu parlamentlar faoliyatini yaxshilashga, umuman ayol parlamentariylarni o'rni qanday bo'lish kerakligi bo'yicha motivatsion chaqiriqlar ham eshitdik. Mana shu sessiyamizda maxsus segmentda barqarorlik va farovonlikni ta'minlashda genderga yo'naltirilgan parlamentlar mavzusidagi juda ham muhim segment, hamma davlatlar uchun bu aktual, bu dolzarb. Mana shu segmentda muvaffaqiyatli moderatorlik qilgan bizni Kristin Mutanen xonimga katta minnatdorlik bildiraman hammamizni nomimizdan. Sog' salomat bo'ling. Endi hurmatli majlis ishtirokchilari, aziz do'stlar, hozirgi yig'ilishimizni bu qismini tugatib, yopiq majlisga ishtirok etish uchun zalimizda faqat hurmatli spikerlarimiz va
And distinguished speakers, we
qolganlar
offer
hozir tushlikka chiqishlari
our
bo'ladi. Biz ham orqalaringizdan yetib olamiz.
Recording in progress.
ishlayapti. Hurmatli hamkasblar, forum ishtirokchilari, ishimizni davom ettiramiz. Xonimlar va janoblar, mana eng avvalo mamnuniyat bilan ta'kidlayman. Summit doirasidagi tadbirlarda parlamentlar rahbarlarini ma'ruzalari mana 2 kun davomida eshityapmiz. Juda ham qiziqarli bo'ldi. Takliflar ham juda sermazmun bo'ldi. Qizg'in kechgan bahs munozaralarda kun tartibiga doir masalalar bo'yicha ko'plab amaliy
some kind
takliflar,
of all affirmations that we truly value, and as a result, in the end of this summit, we will adopt the Tashkent Declaration, and this declaration has been introduced to our all members, and this will dedicate to the implementing a new gender equality system in the parliament in our country, and we know that this all tasks has been put on this Tashkent Declaration. I will mention one thing that when we talk about the social equality, we should provide and protect our parliament where is gender equality is provided, and also in each country, these all actions will be established in each country that's today just sitting in their places, and also
xotin-qizlarning jinsiy
all
va
women and
reproduktiv salomatligini
girls
yaxshilash,
will be
ularning
just
ijtimoiy himoyaga
supported
muhtoj
by the
qatlamiga
governments in
alohida
their
e'tibor qaratish
improving
ustuvor
their
masala
healthcare
ekanligiga
and
urg'u berildi.
other
Keyingisi,
lifestyle
xotin-qizlarning
skills, and
haq-huquqlarini
also
har
in
tomonlama himoya
addition,
qilish,
I want to
ommaviy
say
axborot
that
vositalari va internet
protecting
orqali
the human rights
xotin-qizlarimizning
in the case of
sha'nini
women,
qoralash,
we will
zo'ravonlik ko'rsatish
provide
ularga
them
nisbatan ularni
in order
kamsitish
to
hamda
fight
ta'qib
against
etishga
their
qaratilgan salbiy
sexism or
holatlarga
online
barham berish bo'yicha
harassment or some kind of
ta'sirchan
violence.
choralarni amaliyotga
In
tatbiq
order
etishga
to
alohida
put some
e'tibor
kind of
qaratildi.
measures
Mana
to
shu masala hamma
implement
davlatlar
in the
uchun
life of
dolzarb.
women
Qanchalik
of the
davlatlar
parliament. And
rivojlangan
each
bo'lmasin,
countries,
bu muammolar hamma
wherever
davlatlarda
some
mavjud ekanligi
developed even
alohida aytib
countries
o'tildi.
couldn't
Biz
see
parlamentga a'zo
real
davlatlarning har
results,
biri
but
mazkur
this should
deklaratsiyaga
be
mos holda
go on
barchamiz uchun
in
umumiy bo'lgan
the
vazifalarni hal etish
in
bo'yicha
gaining some kind of good
o'zlarini
results.
harakat
So
rejalarini ishlab
each
chiqarishni
country's
maqsadga
action
muvofiq
plan
deb
should be
hisoblaymiz. Ularning amalga oshirilishi
should be
shubhasiz gender
created, and
tenglikni
also
ta'minlash,
this
xotin-qizlarning
action
davlat
plan
va
will
jamiyat hayotining
help
barcha jabhalarida faolligini
in the
oshirish
life
kabi
of
muhim
women
masalalar
to make it
ustuvorlik kasb
better
etadigan
life and
siyosiy,
help to
ijtimoiy-iqtisodiy
provide them
muhit
with
yaratilishiga
some
zamin
sectors like
yaratadi.
economic or
Mana shu
social or
Toshkent
in political
deklaratsiyasi
spheres.
demak
This Tashkent
ishlab chiqilishida
Declaration
hamma davlatlar juda ham faol ishtirok
establishments,
qilishdi. Uni
all
loyihasini biz
countries sitting here have
parlamentlar aro
actively
ittifoqining kotibiyati
participated,
bilan
and we
Chungkong janoblari
worked
bilan
with the Mr.
butun
Chungon,
mana shu ittifoqni
the
rahbariyati bilan
president
birga
of
kelishgan
the
holda loyihasini anchadan beri
IPU
ishlaganining shu kunlari, ayniqsa shu
organization, and
sammitga
we
yaqin
know
qolgan
that
kunlari biz yana
near
bir bora
this
maslahatlashdik
summit we
va
have
aytib o'tishimiz
talked
kerakki, hujjatimiz
in
mukammal
totally
darajaga
that
yetdi.
we should
Ya'ni deklaratsiya mana
complete
biz
it
umumiy
and give you
majlisimizdan keyin
on your
obeddan oldin
hands. And
biz
also
parlament
we know that
spikerlari bilan alohida
the
qolib
speakers of the
yopiq majlis
parliament
o'tkazib
after
kelishib
this
oldik.
summit will
Ya'ni mana
stay
shu yopiq majlisimizda
have
ham har
stayed
bir
here,
davlatning
and we
parlamentining
concluded
raisi, rahbari,
some kind of
spikeri
decisions,
o'zini
and
aniq
each
takliflari,
parliament
aniq fikr mulohazalari,
speakers
aniq bir yaxshi
have
yo'nalishlarni aytib
given
o'tishdi.
their own
Shu munosabat
opinions
bilan
on
barcha
this Tashkent
spikerlarimizga,
Declaration.
hamma
So
mamlakatlar
I want
spikerlariga
to
bildirilgan
give
ishonch,
my
mana shu
sincere
hujjatga juda katta
gratitude
ishonch
to
bildirishdi.
all the
Hammasi ma'qulladi bu
representatives
ovozda.
of the
Mana shu
countries
ishonch uchun
in
katta
working
minnatdorlik
in the
bildiraman.
parliament of
Hujjatni
both
qo'llagan,
countries,
qo'llab-quvvatlaganinglar
yes,
uchun
who
hammanglarga
truly
rahmat aytaman.
supported us
Taklif,
in order to
mulohazalar mana
adopt this new law.
bugungi
So I
yig'ilishda shu
want
bilan
to
birga ayrim
give
redaksion
some kind of
qo'shimchalarda aytib o'tdingiz. Ularni hammasini
just
mana hozir
things
qo'llaringizga
that should
tarqatilgan
be
matnda ular e'tiborga
edited,
olindi.
and
Ya'ni hujjat
also
mukammal darajaga
we have
keltirildi. Hamma
now
takliflar e'tiborga
completed
olindi.
this
Shuning uchun yana bir marta
Tashkent Declaration.
sizlarga
So these
minnatdorlik
documents,
bildirgan taqdirda
as we
bildirgan holda
together just
sizlarni mana shu
adopted it,
hujjatni
and I want
akklamatsiya
to
tartibida qabul
thank you
qilish,
all
ya'ni
of this for your all contribution in
muhokamalarsiz
order
qabul
to
qilishi
make it
maqsad qilib
truly
qo'ydik, chunki hamma
complete, and
fikringlar
we have
oxirgi
some kind
variantda
of aims
e'tiborga
that
olindi.
we will
Agar
just
qarshiliklar bo'lmasa shunaqa bo'ladimi?
always just receive your opinions and
Rahmat.
other
Katta rahmat. Hurmatli hamkasblar, mana sizlar bilan
thank you very much, dear colleagues.
juda
We
ham
know
ko'p
that working with you,
masalalarda gaplashib oldik. Hozir
we
endi
have talked with
yakunlasak
you
ham
in
bo'ladi
some kind
bugungi
of
yig'ilishimizni.
issues.
Yakunlashdan oldin
Now
men
we will
parlamentlar aro
end
ittifoq
our
raisi
just summit, but before this I want to give
so'z bermoqchiman.
to
Ular o'zlarining yakuniy
the
fikr
floor to
mulohazalarini,
our
yakuniy
Mr.
tilaklarini bu safargi endi Toshkent
President of
sammiti
the
bo'yicha o'zlarining fikrlarini aytishga taklif qilaman. Marhamat,
Pacheco, and
Pacheka janoblari
he
sizga
will
so'z.
give his
Bu yoqqa chiqsangiz bo'ladi. Marhamat.
words on the floor.
Madam Chairwoman of the Senate of Uzbekistan, dear Speakers of Parliament, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, parliamentarians from different countries, it's an honor for me to be here on this closing ceremony of the Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament. My first words is to say thank you to our hosts and especially to our speaker and friend, Ms. Tanzila Narbayeva. Madam, your commitment to achieve the success of this meeting was amazing. The hospitality of all our colleagues endorsed by you was amazing. You try to that all of us will feel at home, but you just not tried. You got it. We felt at home during these 2 days. Thank you so much, madam. But also, allow me to give a word to all of you, Madam Speakers of Parliament and Deputy Speakers that came to this wonderful city. Because your participation during these 2 weeks were fruitful. You came not just to attend, not just to be in one meeting to put in your calendar or on your CV. You came to give real from you, real impressions from you, to give your ideas, to share your experiences, to be available to tell what is good and wrong in your own countries, and be ready to improve the participation of women in politics in your own countries. And so the participation of all of you were amazing. Thank you so much for your commitment to represent women and girls in this summit. This way you did a great part of your job. Representation. You did it. Thank you. And it was very inspiring, the discussions and contributions you shared with all of us. I will keep in mind your commitment with women and girls, especially the people that are more vulnerable in our country. And also the needs of them. How you were able to identify the problems, the specific needs, but also the solutions to all these kind of problems. I was inspired by your commitment to achieve a strong protection for all groups of our society, to all groups of your societies. So, the women and girls as the most parts of the population that are vulnerable to this crisis. How you inspired all of us how to find corruption, how to fight climate change, how to find inequalities and poverty. How is possible to have a people-centered recovery of our economies? How you shared ideas that technology can be bad, but can be useful also to defend the most vulnerable people of our planet, of our countries. And I need to remember the campaign that happened a few months ago, Me Too. Do you remember? How it was useful to address all of us a reality that affects so many women in many countries in our planet. It shows that high-tech can be useful also. There is a lot of dangers, yes, but can be useful also to defend the rights of women and girls and the most vulnerable people in our countries. I admire during these 2 weeks your strong commitment to resolve these problems, to show the solidarity with all the women that don't have voice in our own countries and parliaments, and how you are aware that you need to represent all of them when you address your parliaments, when you address your colleagues, men in your own parliaments, when you address your government, because we may do all we can in our parliaments, but it is not enough without the contributions of our government and our presidents, as we see here in Uzbekistan with the contribution of the president himself. I also understood that there is a lot of reforms we needed to do, and you are available to do it, because as politicians we know our work never finishes. When we will finish one task, others we came. And we needed to think that there is nothing perfect. And we needed also to be with the humility to say that one idea that we may defend one day can change tomorrow if we take the conclusion that the implementation was not perfect. And so you are available for that. And so I am very pleased to understand that you adopt a new statement and that you provide us, all of us, and IPU with a new declaration, the Tashkent Declaration, 10 years after the first moment that we decide, with concrete measures. And I need to refer that, because I say sometimes, we are politicians, we are members of parliament, and everyone knows how we like to talk. But it's important to implement what we say. Otherwise, more 10 years may happen without good results. So the implementations, action, concrete actions is essential. And this declaration you adopted a few minutes ago is with a lot of concrete actions that we need to adopt. And allow me to say, the next assembly of IPU in Kigali, very soon, next month, we will meet again with more delegations, with men themselves present as well. And we need to discuss how we implement this declaration, because it is essential to our society to have a better, equal, and free society in all countries of the world. And so, we did our job. We came here not just to make statements. We came here to share experiences and to have concrete results. Now it's time to go home to begin the implementations of what we agreed here in Tashkent. I trust in you. We will do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Katta rahmat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pacheco. And indeed, what you have said have given us some kind of good feelings. And now, this all remains sitting here. You know that during these 2 days we have worked and in a friendly and sunny Uzbekistan and among other continents that are the representative of the parliament of in foreign countries. So now we have adopted Tashkent Declaration. You know, all these discussions that we have had will help contribute not only among the relations among other countries, but also we have done some kind of good results that will help in order to improve these all issues. So we will continue these our dialogues with other foreign countries in order to help the widely usage of these declaration and documents, and we will continue our new projects and adopt new some drafts in order to improve the cooperation between the parliaments of the countries and also in the sectors like economic or social or political spheres. So during these 2 days with our members of the parliaments and our friends and other representatives, we truly showed the real position of Uzbekistan, and we have also received some kind of congratulatory messages from other countries. Thank you for your hospitality, and I want to gratitude to all of these your contributions. So sitting there in the places behind of you that or all of them are my colleagues that will help us to implement these documents, prove it in the life of other countries in the parliament sphere. So we call it like a culture. This is our Uzbek hospitality and also modesty. That's and after this day, we will just go together with our some colleagues and visit to Samarkand. So yes, tomorrow will be a day of visiting to Samarkand. Thank you very much for participation, all of you here in this 14th summit of Women Speaker Parliament. I want to gratitude that you are helping us to widely be known among other world community in the world. So all delegates have emphasized that we will just continue our work together in the future too. Thank you very much for your help. And in my opinion, that in each parliament, the goal of these parliaments will be keeping peace and making the economy in the developing and improving the sustainability and prosperity life of each nation. So not only working with internal affairs, but also we include the foreign issues added to our political foreign policy. So this means that we are trying to work together on these issues and also working in these goodwill deeds and help other countries in order to make some kind of progress in the life of parliament. So in Uzbekistan, there are big improvements and also not only coming other foreign leaders to Uzbekistan as a hospitality country, but also who could help just in some improvements of the life of the government. So, in my opinion, that concluding this summit, I want to give some kind of additions. So, this is all your efforts that you have put today and yesterday. We value all of them, and also I want to just give my thanks to all of them, to all of you, and who are sitting here, who just help us, to our technical staff, and I wish that all of you will be in your life some good health and the wealth and prosperity life, and we always call the parliament that will help in making some improvements in the life of a nation better, and we wish that each woman will live in a good condition. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.